Hey, good morning. Welcome to my channel, Chandler's Retirement Live. This is your first time here? I'm Chandler. Welcome to my channel. So on my channel, I kind of depict, document my retirement life to include from when I was born all the way up to now, kind of what it looks like. I'm just kind of getting set up here in my live, allowing people the few moments to come aboard, to come on in, to get set, to get ready for today's trading day. Today, we're going to trade the Qs, QQQ, which kind of is a representation of the NASDAQ, right? Mainly your tech stocks. And we're going to talk about that for a few minutes before the market opens up here in about 15. Let me get the elephant of the room out there. uh, Kansas City Chiefs lost the Super Bowl last night. Yep, I kind of support and cheer on the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know what they did last night, but man, they weren't playing football. Usually the Super Bowl, if anything, you want a really good game, exciting game. You want to be entertained. Yeah, I wasn't entertained last night. It seemed like a one-sided game. Uh, the Eagles just dominated uh, the Chiefs, right? The Eagles wanted it more than the Chiefs did, and they got it. And happy and congratulations to them, right? That's awesome. That's an awesome win for them. So let's turn real quick to the market. That's what we're going to trade today. I want to make sure that everything is set here, and I think it is. So I'm going to go ahead and just talk a little bit about the market as we get set up, just so that if people need to, they can always go back on the live here and look, right? Look to see what I said. So if you look at the weeklies are green, although we are trending down, right? We're making lower highs, but higher lows, right? So it's still green, still positive. We can just take off and go right back up to the all-time highs in the Qs at any point. But then you look at the hourly, right? The hourly is red. Not the hourly, the daily, the day. And we can look up here for the day, but you kind of see what it's doing. Let's take it back from recent and then just make our way back to the left. So Monday through Friday, right? We trickle up. Friday, we sell off, right? Sell off. Friday, we pull back, right? It's a pullback day. What happened to the previous week? Same thing, right? Monday through Friday continues to struggle to get up there. And then Friday, we give it all back. But if you notice, we've made equal highs up here, right? An equal high. And then this is a pretty nice move, right? If you caught this, you made some money. Where do we come up to? Where do we come to? Our level, right? And this was our level. We made higher highs, but we couldn't continue on, right? Follow through, right? I always talk about follow through. There was no follow through. This is that big Chinese scare. And I say Chinese scare, right? But the market was going to pull back anyway, right? Pull back to the weekly low level, which is right there, right? That's in purple. But then we continued to move back or pull back up. And so you could see that this red bar, that's kind of my top level, right? And then the weekly, it's kind of the bottom level, right? So that's kind of where I see the market continue to trade until it doesn't trade there, until it breaks out and it goes higher, right? But for right now, you can see we on the daily, uh, we simply utilize the Fibonacci's, right? From low to high, where are we at? Well, we're trading almost at the 50%, but let's go to the 4 hour, because the daily doesn't show overnight, right? You won't see it in there. Uh, so you can see we kind of pulled right back in overnight, right back into the 50 percentile. If you do the Fibonacci's, and then we bounce, right? As it opens up, we're bouncing, we're going a little higher. Um, where can we go? Well, I think as long as you stay above this little yellow bar, 525, all right, we stay above that, we should be good to continue on, and maybe to make another equal highs, right? Make another equal high, the 532.10, right? That's kind of what I'm looking for, wanting to see. But then, do we pull back on Friday again? Could be. We can pull back on Friday. Nobody wants to hold into the weekend, right? So it's kind of what I'm looking at uh, for this week's trading. But then again, as people come on, yeah, I'm going to trade the Qs this week. I know a lot of people do trade the Qs, or if they're futures traders, they trade the Nasdaq. And so on my channel, I do both, right? I trade either the SPY or the Qs. I can go back and forth. I kind of watch both of those, right? On another channel or another monitor, I watch both of those indexes, right? Most of those ETFs, right? The I watch the ETF, or I watch the. It's an early morning. I watch the Nasdaq, the ES, and the YM, right? The Dow. Those three ETFs, I keep an eye on. They kind of help me determine, what direction the market is trending in, as well as on another monitor. I watch one of the Magnificent Seven. It's usually either Nvidia or Apple. A lot of times, I think they have the most influence on the index. And then I also watch the 15-minute of whatever I'm trading. So I'm going to be watching the 15-minute Qs, right? And that's going to help me identify the higher highs, right? Identify the trend. And then I usually watch the ADD, right? The advanced decline line. That kind of tells me more stocks are trading in higher versus trading lower, right? And believe it or not, that really helps me identify if the market's going to continue in one direction or another, right? And so that's what I'm looking at least for today. If you asked what news do we have today, well, there's not very much news, but we do know the biggest news for the week. Yeah, let's go, Rich. Biggest news for the week is whatever Trump tweets. Right, we still got the issue with tariffs and with everything else that he's doing, and him and Elon, they can tweet something out that just gets the market revved up to go higher or revved up to go lower. You name it. So, but there's on the economic front, I don't think I've seen any major news going on. Right, nothing that I have to worry about at the 9:45 and or 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time hour. All right, nothing I have to worry about there. I don't think. I didn't see anything, but we shall see. Right, I'm always watching at that 9:45 hour, just to see if the market really moves, or the top of the hour. All right, top of that first hour. All right, so we're good there. That's the 1 hour. Let me come back down to the 30 minutes. And so, The big thing for me, what I'm seeing is, I already got a Fibonacci. I threw a fib on there, right, from the low to the high on the daily, and right here is 50, and then the 618. All right, and that's where I like to trade for a reversal. That's where I like to see a reversal. And if it breaks the 618, then I think it's going to continue to try to retrace to the 100%. Right, and that's kind of what I watch. All right, it's got about 4 minutes left before the market opens. Um, what I'd like to see at the open, uh, what I like to see, and what's going to happen. Usually, two different things. But I don't know. I again, I don't trade that first 15 minutes unless I see a really awesome setup to where I need to get in. But most of the time, I just wait at least that first 15 minutes. Right, that gives the market time to figure out which direction he wants to go. Usually, it moves in one direction, and then there's if it's going up, there's a pullback. And if you think we're going to get a little gap up and go, then that first pullback is what you want to buy. If you think the market's going back up to the highs, right? And or if it's the other direction, almost works the same way, right? But usually within that first 15 minutes, man, it bounces too much for me. There's too much chop. And so I like to wait at least the first 15 minutes. Then I go from there. All right. Now I trade, for those of you that are new to the channel, what I trade is double tops, um, double bottoms, and reversals. Right. That's kind of what I look for. Now you can see here, and this is the 30 minutes. Right. So uh, here's the equal high here, equal high, pulls back. Now do we come up here and touch that again? All right. That's what we're going to find out. We'll see if that's going to be able to come up there. If not today, maybe sometime this week. Uh, I'm just looking at my levels here for Qs. 530. Yeah. So if I go back to the day again, you could see the highs or my red bar right around the 532.10, 532.10. My lows is the weekly low, right? The weekly low is, what is that? Right around 511, right? Right around 511. So this is where I think the market's going to trade. Traded that way last week, the previous week there. We did break and make lower lows going back 3 weeks, but we still traded within that range, right? We're constantly trading with that range. What's the chance that we continue to do that this week? We're going to find out, right? Less than a minute. Well, we're going to find out. But I would assume, I mean, all the market's doing is trading sideways. And you see this even on a smaller time frame, right? How many times have you seen the market just trend in a little channel until it decides that it wants to break out and go up or break down? Right? You see the same patterns whether it's on a daily or a 1 minute chart. Yep. Good morning, George. Let's do this. Yeah, let's make some money this week. Right? We need some money. And as 8 people are coming in and the market's getting ready to open, I'm gonna switch this to my 1 minute chart. All right. So there we go. Nice gap up. So there's our bottom level. All right. We were talking about that 600 before Friday. I was thinking it was going to at least hit that on Friday, but it didn't. stayed above it. It's 605. Yeah, close to it. All right. So normally I do this. This this just depicts that there's a gap right there. And I know old gaps need to be filled at some point, maybe not today, but at some point that needs to be filled. Yeah, you got to get that back. I hear you, Rich. Yeah. Yeah. Friday was a real big fake, right? Looked like we were gonna go up higher, higher, and then it it just dropped, right? Almost like the rain, like we're having rain here in Fort Worth. Someone like the rain just started coming down. Didn't want to quit, just kept going. I don't know, those days are terrible because a lot of people believe that it's going to bounce back. It's going to bounce back. It's bounce back, and we know that Fridays are usually those days where they don't bounce back. Although, as traders, we keep trying to fight that. We keep trying to think it is going to bounce back. And I know I've been there. I've done that. I've been one of those that kept buying it, right? Because you get a good setup, you go, yep, yep, it's going to bounce, and then it never does. All right. So one thing we're trying to determine is if this is a uh, gap and go, or a gap and crap. Gap and then it craps and comes right back down. Uh, I remember on the day Friday, you know, we pulled back. That we did. But I'm always looking at. I'm just going to load some calls. I'm loading the 602 calls that expired today. If I trade anything, I'm trading the same day options, right? Same day options. So those options that expired today. Yeah, that was for me. That was a terrible Super Bowl yesterday, man. If anything, you wish that it's going to be a close, good game, excitement. You get entertained, but them Eagles, they just dominated them Chiefs. They didn't give the Chiefs the chance to breathe. you know, I say poor Mahomes, but man, when you're that rich, you ain't nothing poor about it. All right, right? They just couldn't do it for whatever reason. But I always say, you know what? There's always next year. Just like in trading, there's always another day. You don't do good, you lose some money. And if your risk management is good, you're not going to lose a lot of money, right? You try to lose as little money as possible if you're wrong. But the next day, the next week, the next month, it's always another chance, another opportunity to get into a good trade uh, that's going to help you out. And that's the great thing about trading. And there's so many different when it comes to trading options, so many different strategies. We had some people here talking about iron condors, broken butterflies, just a regular spread. I trade verticals. I trade directionals, whatever you want to call it. Uh, I think the market's going one direction. That's the put I'll buy. I usually buy the Delta 70, something close, right around 70. Why? Because that gives me a better chance of that stock moving and it hitting my sell order, right? Some people will buy, some people here they think that, okay, before the week's out, it's going to close this gap, so I'm going to buy the 601 put, and they'll buy that, and they'll obviously make more money as the stock market comes back down and fills this gap. We know it's going to fill. Maybe yeah, within this week. That's probably good chances, right? Good chances that it's going to fill within this week. And good morning, Jose. And so they'll just buy the 601. Obviously, it's cheaper, and just hold it for the week. That might be a good um, swing trade, right? To do. Let me just see 601s. Let's see what they're trading for right now. I'm going to go to the week, and let's see what's Friday. Friday's the 14th. Right here, 601. Let's see, they're trading. Yep, they're trading for I'm just gonna say $3. All right, because I could probably put a bid in for $3 and get it. And we're gonna just track that. 601 put weekly for $3. And then we'll just see. All right. We'll see what that trade looks like. Now I did buy again the weekly, right? I bought the Friday's um, expiration, and we'll see if that trade would make us some money. That setup would make us some money. Again, but there you have two things working that you need to work. One is the direction, right? We need to come down to 601, and the second thing is time, right? You got to we bought Fridays, and so even if it came down 601 today, you wouldn't get max profit simply because we bought the Fridays expiration. Hey, good morning, repairman. I think the Chiefs need your help, repairman. They need their feelings repaired because I know they're feeling bad right now. Feeling bad that not just that they lost, but they did so terrible. They hit, they did. It's like they wanted to lose, right? It's like they wanted to lose. So you can see how we hit this pivot and we're bouncing. Whoops, whoops. You know what? I don't know why that is, but I'm trading or I was looking at the wrong damn ticker. We're trading the Qs today. That's what we're trading. Make sure my right, it's 940. I'm looking at my options here. Hey, good morning, Max. Make sure I got the right one. 'Cause I think earlier when I did it, I think they were still on SPY, and I didn't realize that. I definitely want to trade the Qs today. I think the Qs are going to be stronger than the SPY. And I always want to trade in the in the direction of the better trend, right? So if Qs are going to move quicker to the upside than the ES or the YM, then that's the one I want to trade. Hmm. It's bouncing off VWAP. All right, about another 2 minutes for me, that is, before I trade. I always like trading, looking for a reason to buy pullbacks with the market going higher. I just always have a bias towards that, right? Although I do buy puts, as you can tell, right? If the trade is there, but for some reason, I always prefer to try to go long. Try to go long. I always say you break one pivot, you're usually headed to the next one. All right, now I think I'm all set. Always like to see the market like on Monday when it first opened, come back here and close this gap and then continue higher. Because otherwise, this is always in the back of my mind that that gap is there. But if this could stay above the 525, which is this bar, right? Doesn't show here, but 525, that's key for me. That's a key level for me. I want to stay above that. Okay. 9:45 Eastern Standard Time, 8:45 Central Standard Time. Can't tell you what it is in Mountain or Pacific. Like just wants to keep going up to that next pivot. Here's what we say because you see this all the time, right? Where the market opens, it will trade back, and then go the other direction, right? Trade back, and then a lot of people will buy this. It's within my first 15 minutes, and that's why I don't get in. I'm gonna do this, if you don't mind. Change it to the 15-minute, simply because I do like watching the 15-minute breakout on another monitor. I watch the 15-minute. All right. Mountain time. Yeah. Terry, you must be in mountain time. Yep. I use the pivot points. And that's what those are, right? Pivot points right there. And there's usually two green below. Yep. I do. And although most of the time I don't trade off of it unless there's something else that is right around that pivot. Like if there's a fib level or the VWAP might be right around the a pivot point, right? Gives me not just one, but two, or maybe even three indicators that it might bounce or it might become a resistance or support. Yeah, I'll do that, but I won't trade it just on itself. I need something else there to help me out. All right, so you can actually see the market what it's doing, right? Higher, higher. So I want to make sure that it doesn't make a lower low. Stay above VWAP, it's probably can continue on. So some people would buy it right around here. All right. So the question I have to answer to myself is if it comes down here and it hits the bottom, right? If it makes equal lows right here, is that good enough for me to buy? Can I buy that equal low? Well, we'll have to see. Now, if it as it's coming down, if it spikes right through it, yeah, I won't get it. spikes right through it and continues on. But if it does spike through there and make a lower low, but they bid that one candle up and you get follow through, I can see myself getting in at least with one contract. Ah, and then trying it out. And excuse me, um, I'm going to have to restart my Thinkorswim. There's a problem there, so I need to just restart it so that it clears it. So hang in there with me. Yep. Yeah, just for some reason, some mornings it just causes this problem, and so I'd rather just restart it and clear whatever issue it's having. Whatever issue it's having. Here we go. Coming back up. So the Dow is probably the weakest of the three, and the Nasdaq is the strongest. So this is the 15 minutes, all right, within this area. Market just trading sideways. Yeah, it didn't give me what I was looking for. I just worry that we'll get this two, and then it'll come back down, and maybe we start descending. So what pattern are you starting to see? Whoops. You know what? I did not share my screen. There we go. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Yeah, it's one of it's one of them mornings, man. Uh, one of them mornings. Okay, should be able to see my chart now, right? You got me, got my chart. We see this big gap. It's trending just above it. We're trading sideways. So you know where your high and your lows are now. And that's the 15 minute. All right, maybe we go up and make an equal high. So it didn't give me what I was looking for here. Maybe it'll give me what I'm looking for up here, but then I'd have to switch the puts, and that's okay. I can switch the puts. One thing about trading options, you can make money either which way. Market going up, market going down. But this is where the futures traders have an advantage because they could trade at any time, right? So they could trade overnight if they want it, right? And so maybe catch this gap or some of this gap. I always hate it when market opens and it's already gapped up. You know, it's already made a move. 4 points, and you ask yourself, well, what's left? How much is left now? All right, market. Let's see. So the way I trade is, it's got to make another high, right? And if it can't make another high, then it's probably going to pull back. And for me, that's an indicator that I can take a put. I'm just watching. You can see it's still just trading within this 15-minute range. Let's take a look at market watch real quick. The Nasdaq 100. All right, this is what's driving the Nasdaq higher. Nvidia, yeah, Adobe. I mean, you just take a look at it, you can see, well, yeah, Tesla's probably the one stock holding it back. But don't look bad at all, right? It's all green, just about. Looks like Apple continued to fall. This is Apple. I continue to watch Apple because it's usually a big part of the Qs as well as, or a big part of the NQ as well as the ES. I think it affects the NQ more. It's not affecting the Qs. Qs are making the high. All right, let's see if this continues. Just trying to break out of the 15. See if you get follow through. The first thing you ask is where it's going. Well, for me, it's the next pivot. All right, you're going to get follow through or you're going to pull back. Had very little selling right there. All right, anybody in the trade yet? I don't know if you bought this, I don't know if you would have made any money here. Could have. Yep, you're on a call, Jose. Yep. Rich is in the 524 calls. Those are good. All right, we came to the top of the hour and nothing happened. That's good. Good when you hit the top of the hour and the market continues to trend and you don't get that reversal. Oh, that's a nice candle there. Yeah, I hear you there, Nick. I think everybody is still trying to recover from the Super Bowl Sunday. All right, so we're coming up to this next pivot. Well, let's see if it spikes through it or reverses here. I hear you, Nick. The best trending day. Looks like it still wants to go higher. You say, how high can it go? Well, if it breaks this pivot, here's the next pivot. Although this is the equal highs, all right? I come back out, comes up here, equal highs from here, from here. That would be an equal high. I hear you there. Yep. You must be trading the SPY, Jose. Nothing wrong with getting your points. Yep. SPY, you get some points here, some points there. That's a good trade there though. 603.33 to 604.37. I hear you, Nick. Let me take a peek at the put call ratios. Well, they're buying more puts. Kind of makes sense. Most traders are saying, "Ah, we're way up here. Can't go any higher." And then it goes higher. But it hasn't broken this pivot point yet. So it is acting as resistance. Struggling just a little bit here. Sometimes you got to pull back to get more energy for that next move. So if it comes back, how far? Well, you would think right here, right? This should be support. Should be. And or the VWAP and or this bottom and or this pivot. Take your pick. It's like, okay, market. Coming back up on that pivot. I know it wants a breakthrough. This pivot point still acting as resistance. Still, good possibility it's going to break it, continue higher. It's trying right there. Plug my phone in here. Guys, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. Look, it's still struggling right there at that pivot point. I wouldn't buy a put. Not to say it won't go down, but it's not really pulling back. It's like it's trading sideways there, hugging it, trying to gain some steam before it moves higher. I would think you'd at least get a pullback to here. Now to VWAP because VWAP continues to move up. But let's see. It's going to try to make a push, I think, right now. Yeah, couldn't do it. Got to pull back a little bit. All right, market, come alive. Maybe we're, nope. There it comes. I was going to say maybe we're waiting for the bottom of the hour here. Hit that 1 hour flip, but it looks like it wants to break right now, which is okay by me. See if we get follow through. Yeah. See if we get it here. Follow through. Keep going up. You're in a SPX call. I hear you. All right, market. You got above that pivot point. Don't come back down. Stay above it. 1K done for the day. There, that's what I'm talking about. Yep. Yep, George, congratulations. Yeah. Man, made $1,000. More money than most people make all day long. They went to work. Say if you can get good at trading, there is definitely opportunity to make some money. The biggest thing you have to fight is yourself. The market is the market. That's the easy part. The hard part is you, your emotions. Yeah, don't give it back. You already said that you're done for the day. That's the big issue with trading, right? You'll make $1,000 and then you feel confident and you take another a good setup, but it doesn't pay off this time, and then you give back 300, 500, 600, and you're like, oh man, I should have never traded. I said I was done. Happens to me one too many times. I'll go back and I say, man, I should have listened to myself and just not traded anymore. But it's that emotion inside of us that says, oh yeah, I can make more. I can make more money. All right, we're still above the pivot point, which is good. So if it continues on, there's the next pivot, but here's the equal high, as well as Friday's high that we'll have to contend with. See what the other Magnificent Seven stock are doing. Meta's the Meta's down, Tesla's down. That's yeah, they're not letting they're not letting Tesla go back up any higher. Somebody's holding Tesla back. It might be Bill Gates. I think at one time, that's what Elon was saying. Bill Gates was trying to short his company, his stock. Yeah, yeah. But on the good side, if what you just said, a lot of times, you'll make maybe $300, and then you'll say, okay, well, I'll take another riskier trade, but I'm not trading my money anymore. And there's the 1 hour flip, but you're like, yeah, I'm trading the market's money. So if I lose it, really didn't lose because the market gave it to me. And there's a tendency to the market to take all that back that it gave you. Somehow we think that, well, if I stop today and I just wait till tomorrow to trade, well, you could lose it tomorrow as well. you know, that never ends. So it's always about finding those best setups, making placing your bet that it's going to go in the direction you believe it's going to go in, managing your risks, taking your profits when you know you should. Because even taking profits is hard sometimes. You're like, man, it's going to go up higher. It's going to go up higher. And then it doesn't go up higher. Right? And you're like, oh, man, I should have took my profits right then. We're always second guessing ourselves. That's why I say, the biggest thing with trading is getting over ourselves, understanding our own self. And, and why don't you get in a trade right here? It's a double bottom, right? Or an equal low. That's a good point. Even if you don't get your trade setup that you're looking for, that's the ideal place. You could place a trade. It only costs you $25, and you could already be in the money. You could join in the celebration. I'm going to remove this. It's not helping me. See, this is the hard part where if you're not in a trade, but you believe the market's going to continue to trickle up. I use the word trickle, right? Because you're not going to get a big pull up. It might just trickle up little by little, right? Look at these candles. They're small candles, right? and just keep going up like that. And if you believe that's going to happen, it's like, well, where do you get in? Where do you get in to take advantage of that? What is the best setup to get you in? Well, some people would say, well, you gotta look at a higher level. So we go to the 5 minute chart. That's what 5 minutes look like. Look at that, nothing but green, nothing but green. And you can throw a fib on here. If you say, well, how high is it going to go? I don't know. Let's throw a fib on there. All right, we hit the first. Now the second is right there, 530.69, and nothing says that it has to stop there. Right, that's just the fib level. That's all that is. That's math. You're like, okay, well, that's not enough. Oh, let's go to the 15. So here's the 15, and this is what I watch on another chart. But all you're doing is making higher highs. Yeah, major resistance. Where's I think it's targeting 606.75 on the SPY. I'm just pulling it up on another chart. Yeah, could be. Doesn't want to slow down yet. Right? It's not ready yet. And the thing is you could trend all day long without giving you any indicator when to get in. And so that's always the hard part. You know it's trending higher, but there's not an actionable signal that allows me to get in at the best time. Because remember, when I get in, I want to see the market continue on in that direction, whatever direction I'm trying to buy into. If I go up to the 30, yep, same thing. 30, 1 hour. Yep, it's just hard. It's hard to see see that market continue to move up without you. Almost like the Chiefs, right? It was hard for them to see the scoreboard keep going up, and it's not their score. It's the other team's score that keeps going up. So one thing you could think of, or you could play off, this comes back and tests this level, right? This pivot point, and you get follow through back up to the upside. So then I think you'll make a equal high there if it comes back down. Now, it might just keep trending up higher. See if it'll come back and test this pivot. Nope, it's going higher. I see a little push coming. Like SPY wanna push as well. Hit a higher high by like one tick. One tick and then trying to reverse. If one shop was in here, he'd be yelling at me. I told you to buy a call. I told you to buy that call back here. Like, yep, shop one. You know you're right. Should have listened to you. There's that push. Got it both for the NQES. The Dow is just hurting. Something's hurting the Dow. Let's see if we could. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Disney, AXP, IBM. I looks majorly. Yeah, McDonald's had their earnings this morning, but I thought the their earnings weren't all that great. They had a smaller number of people buying their product. That's the Dow. There's that little push. Nasdaq's on about the yeah, Nick. There's a little selling coming in. Remember, we were looking for it to retrace back here to this pivot. See if it can't find support there. If it can get down there, it's pretty strong. Strong day. Look at the 529 calls. There it's 528 calls. It's going to pull back a little bit more, maybe. All right, we're looking for you to come back a little more, just a little more. Ooh, got some volume coming in. I'm looking for it to come back and retest this. Now you would think this next candle is going to be a red candle coming down, but it's probably going to be green because man, it's strong. Market is strong today. There you go. Equal highs. All right, market. Give me a chance to get into a trade. Give me something. It wants to go higher. Yeah, and there it goes higher. Well, usually the way I play equal highs is just that equal highs. You get a candle that pokes up, comes back, makes at least two more tries at going higher. Yeah, I agree with you, Nick. A lot of time. It's still it's still real early. But I guess you could call this the break. and then the retest, right? It broke it, came back, it retested on this candle, then it took off. I'm just seeing that now. I always like to look back, although it's a woulda, coulda, shoulda. I mean, that's how you learn, right? That's how you see the break, the retest. You see that kind of stuff. Like, okay, I just need to be cognizant of it so that when it happens in real time, that you can get in. It's hard. At least for me, it's hard. It's hard to actually see these type of plays in real time. So it's always easy to look back. Okay, so that's the one candle we always look for. Change these colors here. Going below that would be a lower low. Now, if you thought it was going to come back up, then you'll see one of these candles, but only a green one. This is the second half of this 30-minute or this 1 minute candle. 30 seconds. Let's see what it does. Yeah, it just like makes a lower low by one tick. Lower low by one tick. But I always look at getting the opposite color when you get three same color bars, like these three reds. Right? I look at it. Three reds, you're going to get a green, maybe two greens, and then it's going to come back down again. No, can't get two greens there. It's trying to hold this right here. So I'd look for, what is it going to do? Does it come up and just test this, not make a higher high, just come up and test it and then pull back? And if that's the case, what does that tell you? All right. Would you be interested in buying a put at that point? No, I can't get that. Coming to the top of the hour in about 2 minutes, little over 2 minutes. The 11 o'clock hour in the Eastern Standard Time. I remove that because that ain't helping me. Little over a minute. Top of the hour. We'll see if that top of the hour brings a tweet, brings more buyers in. Kind of touch the 50 right there, then pull back. Right, here comes that bar right at the top of the hour. Ah, it's breaking this 618. See if it holds it. Yeah, gotta wait till that candle closes. Looks like it wants to go higher, but it's struggling. You out of your XBX? Trailing stop got you? Good hit? Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, every time I've used trailing stops in the past, and it's hard with when you're day trading. Now, if swing trading is a little different because you got more time, and it's a little wider. But when I was day trading, just depends on where you put that, right? How much room you give yourself. It just it would always come back onto my stop. Almost like it's just search and destroy. Go find that stop and hit it. And a lot of people use trailing stops. That adds to the chop chop, right? Because the algorithm sees where all those stops are. Not to say that there's anything wrong with that. A lot of times you can get a couple of more, just a little more. You can squeeze a little more out of there versus just selling at a certain point. Use a trailing stop. Okay, it might just go up one or two more bars before it comes back. We're trading right there, right within the 50 and the 618. This is kind of where I look for if I wanted to buy a reversal. Although today's not the day to do that. I wouldn't buy there. To me, that's more of a high probability, or I should say a low probability that it'll work out for me. I mean, it could. I just that doesn't doesn't make me feel good if I bought a put right in here. It just seems that the market's strong, and either we trade sideways here and or up a little bit. I mean, it can't even get back down to this other pivot, right? It had a chance to do it. It could have did it, but it didn't. Yep, yep. Still it's something there. Pyramid. Up. Here we go. Here's a big surprise. Like, where did that bar come from? Who ordered that? Somebody ordered it. But you can see right where I was talking about, right? Because I said I won't buy it, it came down. Now, if I said, yeah, I'd buy it, it went up. Buying a put, that is. But yeah, puts would have worked there. But how far do you come down? They could just come right back like it's doing. Wow, that's a good retracement there. Over 50% of that bar, that red bar. But what is it? What happens with this next bar? Do we continue with more extended flow in the direction upwards? Do we get another red bar? Again, if you ask me what was I looking for, I'm still looking for it to come back down to this pivot. There's the low so far, not the low, but from this leg, right? That's a low. I like to think it makes a lower low, high, low, higher high, a lower low, a lower high, and now you're looking for um, a lower low. And if it's going to be a higher low, then we're going to start that next leg up, just like this. One, two, three, up, up. Here we go. What's this going to do? Breaking through the 100%. Yeah, I understand what you're saying there, Nick. Especially the Dow. Yeah, it's a nice move. Now its goal is to get up here. If it can't, not good for the home team. Yeah, so we're starting to trade in this channel, right? There's the tops, and you would think that the pivot point is going to be the bottom. And so now we're going to trade sideways for a while. That's always a scary bar. So some might say we're making equal lows right here. But if you look at it, the whole market, that's a nice leg right there. Go from the low to the high. 50 is right around the VWAP. 618 is the top of the 15-minute breakout. But if you look, I mean, from this leg up, I mean, we really haven't pulled back very much, right? This is the 382, 382. All right, coming on that pivot point. Let's see what it does here. All right, flashes right through, but then they're buying it back up. Here's the second half of the 1 minute candle. Trying to see if we can get some follow through right here to the upside. That is struggling. Yeah. Let's see if they bid this up. Still looking for a possible buy-in around here. See, they bid it up here. They're trying to bid it up there. Yeah, kind of what I'm looking for, repairman. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, don't want to overtrade. Yeah. I mean, a better buy-in would be done at VWAP, but you might not get that. Might not go that low. You could do this, right? If you say, well, how low could this move go? Well, right, getting at first target, second target's down here. I was wanting to see if this was going to hold, although we did break through. Still, is trying to they're trying to fight their way back up it. That's a good bar or a good candle, especially if you get some follow through. That's a long wick. Well, consider that played out. That went up. I would look at this. I'd say trade at least 50%, so that's over. Highs, lower high, lower high, lower high. See if it makes a lower low. I like to think at some point it's gonna make a move to try to get back up here. You see there, trace back down to the 50%, 618. It bounced from there. Yeah, coming to that 11:30 hour Eastern Standard Time. And this is the 11:30 hour. Kind of in that channel right there, making its way down, making a way down to a certain point, looking for a spot to start to reverse. See if that pivot's going to hold. It's trying to hold it. It's breaking it again. ES is coming back on its the VWAP. See if VWAP's going to hold for the ES. So if it starts breaking down, then it'll pull everything else with it. Now this is the 38.2 from the leg up from the morning. All right, 38.2. Then you have the 50%, 618. I'm just going to leave it on there because those are the levels that I'm watching, as well as VWAP. It already broke this pivot. So you'd like to think the pivot was going to be support, but it didn't. Come right through, and let's come back up, retest, and then come further down. Could be. Just like it's doing now. See if they bid this back down. All right, last 10 seconds of this candle. See if they give it up or you get follow through. I'll just take it from here down to here. Or right in that area that I like for reversal. But if it breaks the 618, then maybe we're coming up to touch this trend line. All right. Is that a fake out or is that gonna change. Yeah, it's like a fake out or the back down. Let's see if this retraces 100% of that red bar. But you kind of see the trend right now, right? One, two, keeps coming down, keeps coming down, keeps coming down. Some point it's going to switch. Some point you'll make a double bottom and you'll start making higher highs, right? From from this leg. Some point. What am I waiting for me to see to get in? Well, you could see that we pulled all the way up here, all right? We're coming back. The retracement right here is the 38.2, and or here's the 50 and then the 618. If it hits VWAP and bounces, if it comes back to VWAP and bounces, that'll definitely get me interested. If it came all the way back to here for some reason, it'd get me interested. All right. So I'm looking for um, the next leg up. We see what the trend is, all right? Kind of drew the trend lines. So it just keeps making lower highs. Right? At some point, it's gonna want to make a higher high, and then you'll start the next leg that takes us up. And that's what I'm waiting to see. And or if it makes a equal low, like if this came down to the 529, which is the 38.2, all right, that would get me interested. Possibly um, going long here because that's a good level. That's a good level to use. And then if I get my setup, meaning I see the candle break through, and then the buyers come in and they buy it back up, and then you get follow through. Sometimes you might get a red right after that, but then continues to go higher. Uh, that's what I look for. Right. That's how I play equal lows as well as equal highs. Same thing, just reverse. And or I'm just waiting for this reversal to come in. All right. This thing could keep going lower. Nothing says it can't. All right. But you can see when it came up here, right? It made the highs. It came back. Usually, I like to see the market try to come back sooner. I mean, this pulled back really quick, right? But its job is to get back up to here, and when it can't, and we know that this came into the 618. That's normally a sign for me to get in, but get in with a put. The problem is I have calls loaded because I'm looking for a way to buy back into the market to take it long on the long side. Otherwise, that would have been my put. So at this point, I'm just waiting for the market to tell me what it wants to do. I mean, I know what it's doing, right? It is just moving lower, making lower lows and lower highs. That's what it's doing. Now I could buy this low and try to catch this as it trends back up to the trend line, but you can see it's not even making it back up to the trend line, right? So it's falling short. It's falling short. Although this pivot point seems to be pretty good, right? Yeah, we trade below it, but they buy it right back up, and it's acting that as a little support, I should say, not strong support. Give me a second. I think someone's at my door. It was Walmart. They deliver. All right. So you can see it's starting to come down. Yeah. How long have I been trading? So uh, I'm 66, soon to be 66. I am retired. Been retired since May of 2021. Although once upon a time, I was in the military. I did 23 years in the military. And from 1978 is when I joined the military. Um, yeah, there might be somebody in here that wasn't even born back then, right? But let's see, I got out in 2001, and so during that time, uh, you know, I always knew that not always, but I was considering making the military a career, and so I knew that at some point I was going to be able or have to retire. And if you're at that point where you're thinking about, man, it's some point I got to retire, you got to invest, right? One is you can save money, uh, but that won't ever get you to where you want to be. So you got to invest so that your money grows. And so I knew that, and so uh, I spent the first 10 years single, and then the my second 10 years, I say second 10 years. Oh, that's in look at that candle. Um, but the next 10 years, I was married and then started to have a family. Uh, Knew I was going to retire at some point. Needed money, needed to invest, and so I started with mutual funds. And I started studying mutual funds, and I would say the market go up a whole bunch, but my mutual fund wasn't going up very much. And I would always wonder why that was. And the more you look into it, the more you see that, all they're doing in a mutual fund is buying certain stocks, right? Certain stocks based on whatever formula they used. And back then it was the Janus fund. Uh, Whatever formula they were using to determine what's the best stocks to hold, that's what all they were doing. And I used to say, well, you know what? I could do that myself. I don't need to pay a money manager to manage that money for me. And so, you know, back in the 1990s, I just started diving more into, and you learn and learn and you study and you read and you read. Back then, the internet wasn't all that great, but you kind of read more, right? You kind of read and tried to understand more about the market. And then the more you learn, the more you get involved. And then that takes you from mutual funds to more shorter term swing trading. And back then, it was always buying shares, wasn't buying options, because at that point they didn't have options. And then came the weekly options, and you started learning that. And then the daily options, right? And you started learning that. And so I always dabbled in the market, way back when, 1990s, and always thought to myself, one day I'm going to retire and I'll be able to just trade the markets all day long if I want to, right? And so in May of 2021, when I fully retired, um, I said, yeah, now's my opportunity. I can go full time, just watch the market if I want to. And so, I mean, I've traded so many different strategies, from swing trading to day trading to, especially with the options, there's so many opportunities, so many strategies to make money, so many different ones, but so many different ones to make you lose money as well. And so I'd say, since the 90s, 1990, I was some form investing and trading. And then just recently, I say recently, it's 3.5 years ago, May 2021, I just started full time, right? And I started my YouTube channel, and talks more about my life and about retirement and the military life, because I spent 23 years in the military. And then, my master's degree is in HR management, not in finance or or stock trading. You get your degree in stock trading from sitting behind the computer watching the stocks, because it does the same thing every day. Um, but after 20 plus years working as a HR director for various companies, that's when I retired. So I got all that knowledge. So I started my YouTube channel. I really didn't want to focus on just stock trading and investing on my YouTube channel. So for the first 6 months of it, 7 months, I kind of stayed away from actually doing this. I did several videos about trading, but with YouTube, um, if you trade the market, or if you're into finance, you don't care about retirement. You don't want to see retirement videos, or you don't care about seeing HR videos, or you don't care about seeing military videos. Uh, and so there's a tendency not to watch them. And so one of the reasons why they talk about you have to find your niche, your audience, your tribe, your community, whatever you want to call it. And it's usually like-minded people, and it's other people that are 65 years old. I try to show what my retirement life looks like, but most people 65 and older, they're not into trading the markets at that point. Most of them already made their fortune, and they're retired, and they're traveling the world. And so that's not something that interests them. Although I'm still trying to get monetized, and so um, I need the watch hours. In order to get monetized with YouTube, you got to have 1,000 subscribers, which I have. but you got to have 4,000 watch hours, which I don't have, right? Getting closer to it, but I don't have that. And so I figured if I'm going to trade most mornings, and most mornings I do, right? Most mornings I'm in here, and I usually go to about 1 o'clock Central Standard Time, and then I call it a day and go do something else. I figure why don't I just go live and I'll see if anybody's interested in watching me trade or joining this community and helping me trade, right? Because a lot of people in here help me. They tell me when to buy, that kind of a thing. Um, and you can see, I talked about it hitting the 38.2. It's come back. It's hit that. Now is this going to act as support? I don't know. We'll see this maybe come down one more time. I mean, in order for this to break out of this downtrend, you're going to have to make higher highs, right? So far, right here's the highs, right, of the last leg, right, was right there. Then it came down. So it's a lower high, and this is just me, right? This is not 100% correct, but this is how I see it. That's a lower high, and that's a lower low. So will this give me a higher high? Maybe even a higher high here? Then I would say, okay, so maybe we've broken this trend. This market structure is done, and now we're going to do the same thing, but come up, come up to make a double top or an equal high. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for to happen. Now, if this comes back down and this acts as support, that's where I would like to get in. That's probably where I would buy. And if I buy, you'll see, because my sell stop and my sell limit orders will be in the chart, right? You'll actually see that. I don't try to hide anything. Um, I'll never tell you I make millions and millions of dollars. That don't happen. I don't even make thousands of dollars a day. Nope. I try to make between 50 and $100 a day. If I can make 50 to $100 a day, I'm happy. I got lunch money. It's worth my time to do it because $100 a day, $500 a week, $2,000 a month. Put that back into my retirement fund. That's good. Oh, see, we're breaking out now. There you go. Now comes the breakout. All right. So this 38.2, we kind of talked about it. Probably right on target. That was where I should have bought in. But the great thing about the market, it always gives you another opportunity. Because now we're making higher highs than this. All right. So this could be the start of that next leg up. Right. Next leg up to here or even higher. Even higher. But we'll see. We'll see what they do. The hope is that they don't buy it back down. Now I always say these are 1 minute candles. And so I always like to buy the second half of the candle because the first half is usually a fake out, right? I say usually, but it'll fake me out. As soon as it turns the color, go, buy, and then it changes just like it did there, right? Started red, came down. Somebody bid it back up, turns green. So I always wait to the candle closes and/or I buy at the end of the candle, right? Anywhere in between the 30-second to the 1 minute versus the 0 to the 30-second. I always say that man, there's a lot of better traders in here in the community versus myself. A whole lot better. The guy did this morning. He made $1,000 trading. I think that's XPX. Hopefully he's not trading anymore because I hate to see him give it all back. So even if you don't trade, everything you do as I talk myself through the market, right? All right, lower, and I always go back, high, lower, 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 lower. It broke through. Now we got a higher high. Maybe we get a higher high than this. But then at some point, it's gonna pull back a little bit, right? And that could be another place to get in. So this could have been a place to get in. We called it out. I say call it out. That's the wrong word to use, probably. Is where I thought about getting in, but I didn't. Here's a higher high by one tick, but it does that a lot, right? It'll make a higher high by one tick, just enough to say it's a higher high. I'm gonna move that up a little bit, just so that we can measure it. All right. So if I want to know how far it's gonna go, I go from this high, or let's take it from this high because it's moving now, right? It's really moving. Now let's take it all the way down. So I would say, look at that, right there where it hit the first target. Sometimes those fibs are right on, and that's only because you get a lot of people that use the fibs. So now if it keeps moving, there's that second target. Yeah. If yeah, base hits, $1,500 per day. If you can get that, yep. Yeah, if I make $20 a day or in one day, I'm happy at the end of the day. $50, I'm good. I'm green for that day. Oh, if I made $20, I'd be happy. Now I'm in probably a different place than most people, right? I'm in the same place as some where I don't need to make $1,000 because if you're making $1,000, you're taking greater risks. Now I trade with my own money. It's my retirement fund. So for me, it's more important to protect uh, my money, all right? Versus, I don't trade with a prop firm. I trade my own account, my own money. So I'm looking to keep my money. But if there's an opportunity to add $100 to it in a day, I can take that risk, right? But now I only risk $25. So if I buy one contract, um, I'm risking $25. And if I'm correct, I'm going to make $50. I always tell people that that's not enough for you. Trade two, right? Trade two contracts. You're risking $50 to make $100, or that's not enough for you. Trade 10, right? You can make $500, and or you're risking 250. So it all depends what your risk tolerance is. For me, most of the time, I'll trade one contract just to see if I'm correct. All right, so you see it the fibs, the way they work. So it hit that. It did make a higher high, but now it does have to pull back, right? But let me do this first because I don't want it to reverse already on me and I missed this trade. So I could do something like this. We're coming right up to the 618, right where I like to be if I going to make a trade. So we know it broke the market structure already, right? It's going up, it's coming back. We're trading right at the 618. It's kind of where I like it, but I do see this pivot as well. So maybe it breaks. Maybe you see this long wick that touches the pivot and then comes back, or maybe it just turns right here. And that's what I'm watching. But I'm willing to take a stab at a trade right here. Not to say it'll work out. So if I take it, don't follow me. Just just watch me and then laugh at me and say, "Ah, you knucklehead. You shouldn't have done that." You can see they keep buying it back down. I usually say that if it does break the 618, it's usually going to go down to the 100% retracement. But you can see at the last they bid this back up. Also, no. Oh, that's a good candle. Let's see if we get follow through. Yeah. See how we get to the last half of that 1 minute? It starts to show itself. All right, we're right on that pivot point, but it broke right through it. All right, they're sucking it up. I say sucking it up. That's the wrong verbiage, right? They're buying it back up. Although that looks like a straw, right? When they suck it back up. Yeah. That's one thing in trading, you come up with your own terminology for things, right? Yeah. All right, so I'm just watching this to see what it wants to do. 'Cause we're just yep, the other side of the 12 o'clock hour, Eastern Standard Time, lunchtime for the traders. And I say if it breaks the 618, it's going to the 100%. So let's look, see if it finds support there. And if not there, there's a chance that it comes all the way down to the first target, the 1618, right? Which is way down here. But VWAP is there. So yeah, the market does trade funny sometimes, right? Where it's hard to understand. Like, okay, market, what are you trying to tell me? What are you trying to do? It trickled up, right, all the way up to highs. Now it's trickling back. But this was just a fake out, right? Kind of fake people out. All right. We're back down there to hopefully support at the 38.2 retracement for this leg over here. Look like it's trying to act as support. So you'd say that, yeah, that's kind of sort of equal lows, right? But then what pattern do you see here, right? One up here, down. Do we come up here and do the same thing? Yeah, that's not good for the home team. That's why it's important to be patient. 'Cause, man, you never know, and it's hard to understand. Although you would think, okay, so it's right on support, but that VWAP is right here too. VWAP sometimes is like a magnet, right? Just kind of pulling in price. 30 days. Yeah. George. Yeah, don't let me get off your game, man. If you buy 30 days out and that was working for you, then what some people do is they'll get into something like that, or they'll actually buy the shares of something and then trade around it, right? They trade around that. Uh, that's another way to do it. Some people will buy shares and then sell. All right, sell those shares. Sell the options and make money that way. Yeah, I never like buying options so far out because it is never worked for me. Obviously, if I was making money, I stay with that strategy. But okay, we're right on VWAP, uh, but it never has. Right, so this is why I didn't buy this. All right, that didn't show me nothing. That was not a signal to say, hey, we're going higher. Now we're VWAP. Here's the first target. Can they pull it up and this go higher? Sure can. Sure can. Just like that. I'm waiting to the second half of this 1 minute candle, kind of see what it gives me. I am interested. I'd take a chance here with one contract. I'm watching it. Say you got multiple signals, right? And you got the VWAP that's there, the uh, the first target that's there, this downtrend line that's kind of there, the 50% retracement on this move that's there. So there's certain things that say, hey, maybe this is where they'll find support. Could be wrong. Only cost me $25 to find out. So I am interested in trying at least one call here, but I want to get it on this next candle. 'Cause I know the market loves to fake you out. Yeah, I need to adjust my um options. So it wants to play out right here. It wants to take its time. Let people that want to go long put their longs in. Let people that think short put their shorts in, put their puts in before the market makes a move. And this is just my thinking, right? This is what's going in my head. All right. It's a dangerous place to be, right? In my head. But that's how I think. Right. That's what's going on in my head. So will this play out? I don't know. I'm watching. I'm watching what the market wants to do. I'll try one if I can get it right there. Yep. So I got it. So now I'm in the trade, and you can see this is my sell limit, right? And this is my stop. Obviously, if it goes through like it's going, and it hits my stop, it's okay. That just means my expectation was that I was going to get follow through, and this thing was going to start making its way up here. That's what I thought. Obviously, that's not what's happening. So I always believe that, if I'm wrong, I want to get out as soon as possible. If I'm wrong, I'm okay with losing $25. So now I just let this play out. Either I'm going to make money or I'm going to lose money. Now, if I lose money and I get out of a trade, I just reload and look for another entry because to me, this is still viable, right? Now, we might come down to the 618, right? Which is, I always look for the market to trade here. I just thought that, VWAP might just be that trigger that pushes it higher. Obviously, if it wasn't. And so now I'm just going to let this play out. I could move my stop down further, but my problem is, and what I've learned in the past is, when I do move my stop down, if the market continues further down, like if it wanted to go to this level, well, then I'm not going to lose $25 anymore. All right, I'll be losing more money. but my expectation was when I bought it here was that it was gonna go up. So, if I bought it here with that expectation and that expectation ain't happening, then you know what? I'm already wrong, right? I'm wrong in my trade, in my analysis, and so, I'm good with getting out and then reassessing. What I don't wanna do is keep saying, "Ah, oh, let me go lower, let me go lower, lower." Next thing you know, I'm down $300, right? Because I keep pushing it down. So I just let it play out. There are times when I do adjust my stop, right? Because sometimes it's not where I feel comfortable with it, right? It all just depends on, you know, what option you buy. A lot of times if you buy, in the market on in the market, in the money, see it's moving back above it, in the money, and you have like I do, a quarter stop, that stop's gonna be real tight. The fact that I buy at the 70 gives me that room, right? A lot of times, you'll also see with the sell. Now, if I bought at the market in order for me to get 50 cents, you know, that sell might be way up here. So, uh, that delta that we talked about, right? The delta that I buy, that establishes where your stop goes and where your sell goes. That's why I want my sell as as close to where I buy in as possible, right? And the 70 delta kind of gets me that. Now, see, they're selling it right here, so that's never a good sign. Can you just push it up? Can we just make our way up higher now? I'm going to remove that. So, at this point, if I wanted to, I could walk away. I can go do something else. I can go out there and rake the yard, although it's raining today. I'm not raking no yard. You can go do something else, right? Other than sit there and watch the market because you have your orders in already. It's either you're going to make money or you're going to lose money. One of the two. And the longer you're in the trade, we know that time decay happens with our options, especially the further you get into the afternoon. Man, they start to go quick. Yeah, it's having a lot of problems really moving. That's the lunch hour, huh? Yeah, the risk management is most important. That's what keeps you in the game the longest, right? Where, hey, you know what? If you're wrong, okay, it's only going to cost me $25 if I'm wrong. All right. If I'm wrong, I just got to get smarter at being right more often. We know um, you can't be correct 100% of the time with your trades. We know that. And we know that you don't have to be 100% correct in order to make money long term, right? In the market. You just want to be right majority of the trades. Yeah, I don't know if 50-50 will give you any money, but you want to be more accurate than 50-50. Maybe 60-40 is probably good, right? If you're accurate 60% of the time, or you make money 60% of the time, then you're going to be good. I mean, there's some times where I will see a trade, and I'm like, man, that's a good trade. Yeah, I'm gonna go in with 2 contracts, 5 contracts, 10 contracts, you know? I'll do that just knowing that, it's a better trade. And so, it's just hovering right around that VWAP. right around that VWAP. But see, again, my expectation when I bought it here was that it was gonna move up, right? The fact that it just keeps churning right here, yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Sometimes I do terminate my, my setup or terminate, the trade. I could just pull up my stop and move it all the way up and just get out, and instead of losing 25, I'll lose, I don't know, $10 just because that wasn't the trade that I was looking for. The thing here with this trade is the 50% retracement is right here as well. So you got multiple reasons to be in it, right? The 50%, um, the VWAP that's there, this move, this coming back, but it does look like it wants to keep going down. And it's these kind of trades that get you antsy. You're like, you're gonna go down, take me out and go down so I can buy back in at a better price. And that's the whole thing with your stop order. Just because you get stopped out don't mean nothing. You I could wait for it to come back down to the 618, and if I still like this, which I think the market's pretty strong today, right? I could buy it cheaper down here versus moving my stop all the way down. And then as it comes down, now I'm losing $75. And if it starts to come up, I'm not making no money. I'm just making my money. I'm making my money back that I lost as it moved down. Okay. Okay. Let's go. This is what I've been looking for. All right. This move right here. Sell it and forget it. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if you're trading the 4 hour, most definitely 4 hour, swing trading, those time frames. Yeah. Uh, Even the one, you can set it. You got your stop and you got your sell limit order. There ain't nothing to do but to pray and to hope and and to wish. I mean, the longer you watch it, the more anxiety you have. Right? A lot of times I'll walk away from the trade just to stay away, go watch some TV, and I have notifications, and so if it hits the sell or the stop, it goes bing, bing. So I know something happened. Let me go back and check. A lot of times I'll go for a walk, right? Especially if you're in like 5, 10 contracts, um, and your nerves are a little up there. You're like, okay, yeah, let me go for a walk. Let me go walk it out. And then you come back from a trade, and you take a look, and then it hit your stop. You're like, ah. But at least you went for a good walk, and you got some exercise and walked off some of that stress. I say stress, right? But I mean, if this don't work out, it's $25. It's what I pay when I go buy lottery tickets, right? When it's way up high, or it's what we pay when we go to lunch. All right, come on, we got to break this trend line. If we break this trend line, then definitely, I think it will get up there. Now, there are also times, right, where I'll get Yancey to where I'll just move my sell down and just get out, right? I won't wait for the whole $50. If I make 50%, $25, I'm like, okay, $25, I'm good. That'll buy me a pizza. So uh I still think this is gonna go higher here. And then the next question you ask, well, Chandler, how high is it going to go? I don't know. I'll just throw a fib on here, right? And I said, well, it could probably trade, right? Trade back to the pivot point, right back to that pivot point. Come on. I do see some momentum coming in. Now we don't want the momentum to the downside. We want the momentum to the upside. Yeah, see, that's never good. I don't like those these two candles, right? These two dojis. But I figured it was going to back test back down to the VWAP. Just don't want it to go further down than the VWAP because, as you can see, my my stop limit keeps moving up. Right, time decay keeps pushing it up because you're talking about a 0.25 a quarter, and that quarter is going to keep moving. Right, it's going to keep deteriorating. All right, take it up. Take it up now. We're at VWAP. We broke. We back test, and we get it up higher. All right. Buy it up, buy it back up. This second half of this candle, and they buy it back up. I know that ain't coming from my my one contract. Come on, there's more contracts up top. Although you always want your first trade to be a good trade. You always want to make money on your first trade. You hate to be down after your first trade. That's never a good feeling. Come on, some good news coming to the market. Somebody say something positive. Yep, there you go. Someone said something positive. News at 1 p.m. What kind of news? I know there's supposed to be some bond news, right? They're selling bonds later this week. 1 o'clock. What's 1 o'clock? All right, come on. Do something we don't expect. Just blow up and go higher. All right, so let's see. Just with this little move, we can do that. If we can break 100% retracement of this, we're back to that. I'm back to that pivot point again. Although your second one, right? Your second target is a little further up. All right, can we break through? Like everything points to the this pivot point, right? If we take it from here on down, pivot points right at that 6 point or 61.8, 618. I mean, oh man. So if we do uh, find a way to get back up to here, depending on what the market does at this point, I might just pull my sell order down here, take whatever it will give me. All right, we're making higher highs. Right, there's the high here. At least we're trying to make higher highs. There we go. There we go. Come on. Come on, momentum. Keep pushing it up. One big push. There you go. That's it. Gotcha, Max. All right. See how it's getting here? It's already turning red. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, maybe we can push up. Let's see. There we go. And let's see if we can't break it. It's trying. It's trying. All right. So now I'm at the 50%, meaning I made it's over $25. But I see some momentum coming in. Let's see if it can't push that higher, break that pivot point. No, and it doesn't look like it can. Well, or can it? Push that back up again. I was fixing to I was fixing to pull it down and get out. I was like, "Wait, wait." Okay, yeah. Let me s I'm gonna put it right there for now. I see some momentum coming in. No. Yes. Yes. No. Okay. It just hit my sell order. I went ahead and got out. All right. Let's see, $34. And if you look right up here, you can see my PM now for the day, right? So I made $34. Why? Because this was the for me, this was if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it's right at the 618. This is where I would look for a potential reversal. Not to say you'll get it, but that's where I would look for one. And you know what? Although yeah, this thing could continue to go higher. You know, I was fine getting out for making 50% of my money, which my sale was at the 50 cent mark. And so getting $25 would have been okay. The fact I had it a little longer and got 34, that's okay with me. Yeah, I'm talking $34. Some people in here making like $1,000, right? But the point is not the dollar amount that you work or make or not make. The point is the analysis, right? The fundamentals, how you managed your trade, when you got in, why you took your profits sooner rather than later. All that is what's key for any trader, even a beginner, right? If you're a beginner trader, this is the piece that you got to get, right? This is the piece that you got to really understand before you start trading, 5 and 10 and 15 and 20 contracts, right? And for me, it's risk management. I'm hitting that 618. I'm good for the for the $34. No complaints here. No, that's so some people, I mean, um, they can trail their stops, right? Some people will move their stops to a certain level. My problem is if I move my stop, then the market's likely to move back and hit that stop, right? I'd rather go all in, and if I'm going to get out at a certain spot, and that's my spot, right? Was the pivot point. That's where I wanted to get out at, and so I could move my stop all the way up to the pivot point and took my profits that away. It would have done the same thing. I know you're thinking it's like, okay, well, what if you moved your pivot point just below so that you don't get stopped out, but if the market continued to run, then you'll continue to make money. Um, because the way I trade is all in or none, right? I'm like, all right, at this point, I'm just going to take all my money and get out because I don't know if it's going to come back or if it's going to run back up. But I do know that at the 618, that's normally, right in this area is normally where the market reverses. Plus, you got the pivot point, and that's the thing that not scaring me, but that's the thing that says, hey, might as well take your money right here because if I want and this thing pulls back some more, I can just buy in again. Right? I can buy in again if I think the market's going to continue up higher. Now, most of the time, when I sell, the market continues in that opposite direction, right? or not opposite, but the continuation. So since I sold here, the market's probably going to come all the way back up and retrace 100%. That is a possibility. Or it could come all the way back down to zero, and it would stop me out. So so I'm happy with just taking 50% sometimes. So I know the longer I'm in the trade, remember I traded back over here, right? This is where I made the trade. And so the longer I'm in the trade, the more antsy I get, but I know that time decay is playing against me at that point. And so I just take my money off the table. It's just like when you go to a casino, right? Start putting that them quarters in and you hit not a jackpot, but you hit, you go, "Oh man, that's X amount of dollars." You know, what do you do? Do you put it right back in to get the try to see if you could double your money or get more? Most people do that because that's why you go to the casino, right? You go to the casino to have some fun. Hey, good morning, Fat Mike. How you doing, man? Oh, awesome, awesome. Hey, I'm feeling sad this morning, man. My Chiefs, my Chiefs didn't do very much yesterday or last night. Them suckers struggled the whole damn game. Yeah, it's good afternoon. You're right. It's well, it's 11:44 Central Time, so I'm still the morning. That's no problem. So we broke the pivot point, and as I say, if you break the 618, there's more of a chance to go up to 100% versus come down. Now that's based on probability. That's not 100% accurate, right? We know that. Right. At least, as I said, you always want your first trade to be positive, right? A green trade. You always want to start your week off making some money. But I could take another trade now, and if I lose and it's cost me $25, I still got money in the bank, right? To use. There's still money there. Although it is struggling right there at that pivot point. Oh yeah, yeah. I keep trading. I usually take between 1 and 3 trades, right? Not just one. Sometimes just one, but I look for my setup. I got to have my setup in order to get me in another trade. So after a trade, I just reload and just reassess, right? What's going on? Well, we know that it from this leg, it's retraced at least 618, a little more, but it gave you this shooting star. I call it a shooting star. I think that's what they call it. I'm not sure what inverted hammer. I just know that that usually means there's a possibility that it turns, and this will get me on a put, depending on where it's at, right on a chart. I like to see this at the top versus like right in the middle, but you can see it's kind of working out here. All right, so I'm gonna take that off. Take that off. Kind of look at the what the market's doing. Now I can say, now you see why I took my money. I mean, if I kept it, I still wouldn't have hit my target. I think it was further up here. All right, my limit order. So now where would I be interested next? Um, Again, down to VWAP, right? If it came back down to VWAP, I might be interested again, depending on how it trades when it gets to VWAP. If it slices through VWAP and continues to go, then you know that that level don't mean nothing at that point, right? If they're slicing right through it. Yeah, Max, there's a whole bunch of executive orders, right? Probably we hear about all about the executive orders from now until his 4 years are up. He'll be signing something else. See, yep, we talked about me moving my stop loss. I usually never do, usually because I do move them sometimes. Chad had a good call. What was Chad's call? I see JJ's here. JJ, we miss you last week, a couple of weeks. We were talking about you and your closing bell trade that you did. I think it was Thursday or Friday of the previous week. That was a good trade. Yeah, can you hear me now? That might. No, I'm not muted. I don't think I'm muted. Hopefully you hear me. And Rich, are you asking me what app or program am I using? So I trade on Thinkorswim, which is owned by Schwab. If you're wondering what platform am I using to do live streaming, that's just YouTube. Yeah, I don't use anything special. Take the money and run. Yeah, well, repairman, I didn't think it was going to go any higher. And like I said, I can always get back in another trade. Yep, lunch is almost over. Yep, Nick, I think the big money's going to want to push this higher. Awesome, George. Hey, a small profit is better than a small loss, right? Or a big loss. Like I said, even if you, at the end of the day, if you got $5 more in your account, Well, that's $5 more. Uh, I'm all like I said, that last trade I only made 34, and I'm happy with that. I won't complain. I'll thank God that he gave me that he didn't stop me out. But now I'm looking for my next trade. So we're coming up. It's equal highs here, right? This is coming up to equal highs, and so I'll come back and I'll look at it from here to here. All right, we're trying to break out of the 618. Yeah, Tr- Trump and Elon, they're cutting everything, and if they cut money, it ends up in the stock market. Could be, could be. Trump. I guess Trump had said he was favoring the Chiefs last night to win. Like, you know what? You shouldn't have said anything. Now that Chiefs going to really lose, because there could be a lot of people that say, "Oh no, we can't let the president be right. We have, we have to make sure they lose so that the news can say, yeah, Trump's wrong again." All right, so we're right at a equal high, but it is trying to break out. All right. Remember, I said if the way I trade, if it breaks the 618, I look for it to go to the 100% retracement, which is up here. So obviously we ran up, we came back down, made one little false breakout, right? Everyone thought it was going to break out and go up. It came right back down. So we broke out again, right? This is the second one. So where's it going to go? The hope is that it comes up here and makes another high. That's his first target. His first target is to get there. And then what it does when it gets there, I don't know. We'll see. Big volume bar on the 3-minute candle. Yeah. Yeah, they should have been focused on the Eagles defense because man, those dumb suckers were after him. They were after him. They them suckers they couldn't stop them. They just broke through every time. He didn't even get a chance to do nothing. He get the ball, he's just looking not to get clobbered, and them suckers are big. They're big, big and strong, man. I wouldn't want them to tackle me either. Put you in the hospital. All right. So at this point, uh, my next trade will be watching what happens here. All right. Once we make an equal high right here, what does it do? I think the market is strong, and so I don't want to look for puts. I just want to look for pullbacks like this. This was a good pullback, right? Pulls back, and man, let me see. We could have caught that one. Yeah. See, look at that cool that pullback was almost at the 50 before it took off. That's very positive. I don't know if I do this, that's what I'm looking for. There's the first target, second target, and although sometimes this thing can be so precise, right? I always look around it, right? So I do have one level here, right? Touch there, support, resistance. It do nothing there, but it did turn. So yeah, at this point, I got to see what it's going to do here. Yeah, yeah, Kelsey, man, Kelsey didn't. I did. I think he got a couple of catches, but the catches that he didn't get were the most critical ones, right? That could have uh, got him a first down. He kind of missed those. Although Worthy, man, that guy's good. That guy's fast. The one touchdown that he did catch, right? It's just amazing. I mean, I didn't play football in high school, but it's just amazing how those guys can catch the ball sometimes. The ball way up in the air, and man, that thing just drops right in your arms. It is amazing. All right, so we're trying to move up there to target one. Target one. I'm going to mark that just to mark it, but I will make it a different color than yellow. So it hit target one, and now it's pulling back, right? And you would think that would happen. You hit your target, you pull back a little. When you hit your target, you say, "Well, where can it go?" Oh, I just throw a fib on there again. And the only reason why I use fibs is because everybody else use fibs and Fibonacci's, that is, and because everybody uses it, it becomes more accurate. But I really look for price action, right? Just like that candle right there. That's a nice candle. Let's see if you get follow through there. Really nice candle now, huh? Now we're making an equal high per se. I know someone would say, Robert, if you left your limit order, you'd make your $50 by now. You're probably right. I would have, but I would continue to be. I use the word antsy, right? To say, so I I only want to be in a trade, less than 5 minutes. Ideal, you know, 2 to 3 minutes. I don't like being in a trade very long because we know one Trump tweet, man, he could take the whole market down, and we've seen that the other day, multiple days. In fact, we traded on the backside of it several times and made money. So we're still trying to make our way up to the top here, and I do think we'll get there. One is because we broke the 618. That was target one. Target ceasefire. Well, the Dow is trying to come back. It's finally breaking VWAP. All right, looks like it's gonna punch through here. I see some momentum coming in. Come on, push it. It's trying. You have this one big green candle. I said green, not red. One big green candle. It's gonna come in. It's gonna push it higher. You figure there's a lot of stops, right? There's a lot of stops in this area. Whoever shorted it right here, if they didn't sell out, they got their stops up here. Yeah, a lot of people do that, right? A lot of people they like the runners, right? They'll get two contracts, five contracts, but at some point they'll sell out, but they'll always keep one contract active. Move the stock, yeah, move it to break even, and then they let they let the that one runner go, right, to see if it can't make any more money. At one upon a time, I trade exactly like you're talking about, Nick. I would always move my stop to break even, let the runner go. The problem is my runners would always get hit, right? I would hardly ever make money on my runners. And so, I mean, it got to a point where I said, okay, forget runners. That strategy wasn't making me any money, and it might have to do with, where I enter my trade. But I know a lot of people do that. A lot of people make money that way, right? Just depends on where that ends up being. But if you move that stop to break even, yeah, then if it comes back, um, oh, you didn't lose no money on that one contract. But you didn't make no money on that one contract either. And that's my whole problem was, I would be in the money, I'd be good, but then because I kept that one runner and it came back, then it took, you know, 20% of my money away, depending on where I put my stop, right? Depending on where break even was. So for me, and everybody has a different trading style, right? And I won't argue mine against somebody else's. Mine is good for me. That's all it's good for. Everyone should have their own trading plan. But yeah, I've tried with the runners. I've tried moving up to break even. I've tried having trailing stops. At one point, I did I did do all those different strategies, right? And and I can't say they don't work. They would work, right? As long as the market is cooperating, you can make money there. Yeah, there's just so many different trading strategies, right, that people could use. There's a lot out there in order to manage the risks. That's all it is. It's managing your risk, managing the trade, right? So the only thing that I do maybe differently is there are times when I move my stop, right? Just because of the market structure, I don't like where it's at, and I'll move it. And a lot of times that's because I didn't buy the delta at 70, which is what I like to buy it at, right? Because I'll have the options loaded, but then the market keeps moving, and I forget to go back and relook and reload. I'll just use whatever I have loaded in there and buy. That's what gives me bad feels. But yeah, everyone has their own trading style, and we all learn. I mean, I learned by watching somebody else do it that way. And that's how we learn. We take away what what we see that works for somebody else, and we go, let me try this. They go, oh man, this is pretty good. I kind of like this, right? I kind of like how that works. And then we initiate it and put it into our trading plan, and then we start to use it. And that's how you develop your own plan. because you can't trade somebody else's plan, right? That never works. I'd say never, right? That usually doesn't work well because it's somebody else's. You just got to create your own. And I say when you create your own, you should write it down, right? Write it down. And if you don't have a plan, um, or you're just starting trading, I'd say that the first thing you need to do is figure out what setups you want to trade. Again, I trade double tops, double bottoms, and reversals. Right? Some people like to trade break and retests, but more levels. Uh, let's see what else. What else is out there that people like to trade? A lot of people like to swing trade. I mean, there's just different things that you can do with options. There's butterflies. There's iron condors. Uh, you name it. There's straddles, saddles, horses. there's there's just so much, right? You got to pick one that you like, and then become real smart at how that works for you, how that works, and that's the way you make money. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, when I get into a trade, I mean, some people say don't don't move your stop, or they don't move their stop. But most people move their stop because the market's moving up, right? It's moving up towards the direction that they want it to go, and so to minimize their risk, they'll move up their stop order, right? Just in case it does pull back, then it's a break even. Now I focus more on my sell limit, right? I watch that and just watching market structure and where the levels are, like I did with this last trade. If I'm not comfortable with where it's at, I'll move that down. I'll move that down and take my money and get out. Now, some people would like to do just the opposite, right? As what Nick's talking about. Yep, just move the stop limit to break even and let it run. That's another strategy that people use. 89%. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome, J and J. JJ, he's an awesome trader as well. That's what that guy makes all kind of money. All right, all kind of money. Oh, have you back tested it? Moving to break even? Yeah, you think that at least when I buy in, I want to give myself just a little cushion, right? Which is a quarter, right? 0.25, 0.25. And so if I'm wrong, then I'm willing to just get out. But you have a little play so that if you are wrong and it does come back on you a little bit, that's okay because the market needs a little room to breathe. JJ, you're a girl. Now, how would we know that? Yeah. Well, I apologize. Um, only because I was looking at the statistics right for this group, and majority were male, and so I just being a knucklehead call everybody by a he. You're gonna get inputs right here. That's yeah, it and that's with spy, right? Are you doing spy? Yeah, you doing yeah, 605. Yeah, you're probably trading SPY. I see that. Yeah. Yeah, oh, that's a perfect spot, huh? Now you got everybody buying puts right now. They're like, "Oh, she was right. Buy puts." Look at that. Yeah, that, equal highs. Now, I would think you'd get a little retracement here, and it would try to come back again. Let's see if it does that. Yeah. Yeah, you made the market go down. Now everybody that was, were in calls and were along the market, they go like, "Ah, look at what she did. She make the market go down." Alright, so here's the next attempt to try to break out of that. Yeah, nice double top. Now if this double top is gonna hold, um, we should see, a little push, a little attempt to try to get back up there, but then fail. If it tries to get back up here and then fail, then I'd say yeah, you're probably gonna move back. Although, I got calls loaded up. I'm not looking for this market to move back so much, although it could. Let me see. All right, we're getting up there. So if I thought it was gonna pull back, here's where I would think it would pull back to if it was gonna pull back on this double top. Although it made higher highs. I always like it when it doesn't. When it doesn't make a higher high and it starts to pull back, that's a strong indicator. Now this is does mean that this is not a good indicator because you can see them buying it back down. Yep, Nick, gotcha. Well, a lot of times I like to see it shoot further up, shoot further up, fake everybody out. They call it the look above. Then they buy it back down. That's a good strong indicator that you're going to reverse. Although again, I'm uh I'm thinking just the opposite, right? I think the market's pretty strong here. Although I take a pullback to this pivot point again, right? Back to the pivot point. Yeah, run the stops. But it just looks like it wants to go higher though. See, coming up on 130. We'll watch and see. We'll watch and see what it does. Yeah, now it's not looking so good. They just sucked all that momentum out of the market. But like all them buy orders ran away. That's the only problem with watching like level two or book map or the dom. You can see all these orders, but they can take all those orders away at any point. That's what also gives you a fake look. Six serve just stub grabs. There you go. I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. Yeah, so I mean, I play double tops, double bottoms, and reversals. So when we hit power hours today, what do I think the market's going to want to do? It's a Monday. We're up what 1.34 on the Qs, and which is what I'm trading. I don't know. I don't think I don't think the market dies out, but then it can. Yeah, I wouldn't. It's just like trading end of the day, right? So the end of the day, a lot of people would say, "Well, okay, hey, I'm going to buy a call for tomorrow, or I'm going to buy a put for tomorrow based on the fact that the market was up today or down today." To me, that's a coin flip. You don't know, right? You have No idea what it's going to do. So many things can happen overnight. I'd rather trade during the trading hours and protect my capital. So yeah, I couldn't tell you what it's going to do at power hours. Look, it bounced up. It wanted to go higher and then turned around again. The market's job is to fool us. Yeah. So, and this is probably, I think this is my fourth week. Yeah, I just started streaming. Uh, this is my fourth week, and I just from morning until close, especially now when here in Fort Worth it's cold and it's raining today. So yeah, I ain't doing nothing else. So I might as well just stay here and stream. So probably for this whole week, and I think I'm going to stick with Qs. I think the last 3 weeks I was trading Spy. I think I'll switch over and I'll stay with Qs for this week. But I like trading both of those. I watch the NQ, the ES, and the Dow, um, and then I usually try to trade uh, that ETF that is stronger or the strongest out of all of those. Although I hardly ever trade the Dow. It's usually a SPY or the Qs. All right, it's coming back down. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. Appreciate that. So even if I wasn't streaming, I still be talking to myself, or at least talking into my brain. I'd be saying the same things. All right. I'd always go back and I'd always say, okay, highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. All right. There's that first fake breakout, up, straight back down, double top. All right. So what's it going to do here at the double top? Well, it's got to make lower lows. In my mind, for me to get interested in going long or short, it's kind of what I got to see. All right. So that's, you can see it is supporting, right? That 29.56, that is acting as support. As we get closer to the end of the day, one of the things I always think about is, where does the market want to pin, right? Where is it going to end up? I'm usually wrong, but I think the 530 on the Qs, the 530, and those are always just guesses, right? That's all that is. That's a guess. Never accurate. But that's what I tell myself. Okay, so it just depends, right? That's support. I'm positive on the market. I think the market wants to go higher, right? There's the weekly highs. Weekly highs are up here. I always watch the week, simply because a lower low on the week, that's bad news for the market. So I'm always watching that. That's the weekly high. I think the weekly low is way down here. There you go. Nope, that's not it. That's yesterday's low. Yeah, there's the lower. All right, that's a nice candle there. Again, keep in mind, I'm looking to get back in the market to go long. I'm looking for another call. Yes, that was a nice candle. You got follow through. Oops. You usually get a red right there. That's normal. You just want that the next candle to be a good strong green going up. Yeah, so we should see. Yep, we should take off from here. Come on. If it's going to do it, now's the time. If it can't do it, then it's going to pull back. As you can see, we're just trading sideways. And we see this pattern a lot, right? Where the market will, whatever reason, stall, trade sideways up to a point where it'll break one way or another. Normally, I say I like to see a break in the direction of the trend, which is obviously is higher, consolidate, and then break. So the best place to buy it is obviously at the bottom of the um, channel, which would be this blue line. So that's a possibility. Maybe closer to the 1 o'clock time frame. I'm just looking at it on a 5 minute. A lot of time you can look at it at a different time frame and see something else. Open, small pullback, made a high, came back, lower high, lower low, equal highs. Still on that level. I'm gonna get rid of this level here. It's not doing anything. There we go. Come on. There you go. Let's see if it gets follow through. So it still has like another 15 minutes, 14 minutes before we get to the top of the hour. Time is important too. Again, you can see it's just trading, right? Chopping right in this channel with the lows and the highs. So if you think this is going to continue after or at the 2 o'clock hour, you could buy a call anywhere down here. I don't know what's right or what's better. I don't know if there's enough real estate. Like if you bought it here, do we reverse back up here again? And if we do, can you make some money from here to here? Now that's a nice candle there. So its job is to get up here again. All right, make more higher highs. This is the first indicator that it couldn't make it up, so it had to pull back. It's gonna be the same thing here, and then pull back down. Still another 10 minutes before we get to the top of the hour. So if you bought it down here, if you bought it down here based on what we were talking about, right? Where it's in this channel. Awesome, awesome move here. If you can make money from here to there. All right. Before it, oh, look at that. Let's see if they could keep that up. Yeah, there you go, going higher. Next couple of levels there. We're always saying that when it consolidates and it breaks out, usually breaks out based on the trend. The trend's coming up, and you see this pattern all the time. You see it on mouse pads and everything else, right? It breaks the trend and goes up to the next level. Although that's not a good candle. Guys, I'm gonna get some something to drink and use the restroom, and I'll be right back. All right, top of the hour. Look at that pullback. A little pullback. Let's see. Reload my calls. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock. So what next days do? Now, one strategy people do is, when you get 2 o'clock, they'll trade the next day options. Although you see how expensive they are, right? 528. I'm gonna load the 528s. Remember, I thought that today's pin was going to be at the 530. We're still trading though in that range, right? So all it did was it expanded the range, right? So this was the range. So it broke out, and then it broke down. So it expanded the range. Let's look at the put call ratio. There's still more puts. More puts are being bought. Got to do something. Unless it's just trending here because that's where it wants to stop at the 530. Meta still down. Tesla still down. Netflix up, but Netflix been down for a couple of days, I think. So that's just it coming back. Yeah. When I look at the put call ratio, I can't make any correlation with anything, right? Because it might be people selling puts, buying puts, or calls. The one the one thought that I always have, which is never correct, right, is that if one is out of whack, meaning you look at the market and it starts to trend, and what was it? There's way more puts are being bought, and I have a tendency to believe the market's going to go up, right? As the market likes to do the opposite of what everybody else is doing. Not to say that that thought is correct. That's just how I use the put call ratio. Now that doesn't have a lot of weight when I'm looking at buying or selling. Those are just thoughts in the back of my mind. Just like we know there's gaps below, and those gaps have to be filled at some point. I mean, I'm not trading the gap, but I know that they're there. Put call ratio, I know there's more puts, and the market likes to do opposite, and so I have a tendency to believe the market's going to go up. And that does, if it does go up, it's not because of the put call ratio. It's just me thinking that. All right, we're right back to 618. Got it, Nick. That makes sense. So it broke the 618. We got three greens, one red. So my expectation is that this next candle in about 15 seconds, it's going to turn green and it's going to go and make a higher high. How about that? I'm not willing to buy a call based on that, but I mean, it's hard to buy this because the market is just trending in here. That's all chop. Buying something like this for a pullback or buying down here for a retrace of this, both are good. This is difficult, but you can see how it is just expanding the range. So next we go up a little bit higher, maybe before it comes back down. Maybe not sure. Yep, that didn't get that next green candle, but here comes this one. Let's see if this can blow it up. right, it's pulling back a little. Let's see if this level access the support again. You think for the Qs or the SPY? The Qs? Yeah, I guess you could say that, but obviously it doesn't go into effect until it breaks the this line, right? But if it does, it might bring it back down to VWAP. All right, like a might be an equal high here. Let's see if that breaks through. Yep, it is. I keep forgetting that word neckline. Talk about the head and the shoulders. Yeah, I say trend line, but you talk about the neckline, right? In order for for it to be a head and shoulders, it's got to break below the neckline. I kept thinking of what I wanted to say, right? It's like it's not a trend line, it's something else. Neckline makes sense. All right, couldn't close above that. Yeah, it looks like it wants to go a little higher. Just pull back some more. Can't break that 618. Now watch them buy this all the way back up. I wouldn't be surprised. But they didn't. They didn't do that. If they did, I was going to buy in, but they didn't do it. So if you ask how low is it going to go? Well, there's the first target. Also, this level as well, close to that level. So, but getting down to that pivot point again. This is the next line, the neckline we were talking about. Like, okay, market, like it's gonna just trend in this channel. All right, it hit that 618 reverse. Man, yeah, maybe that's going to push the market one direction or another. Chop suey. It's exactly what it is. It's it's really difficult to consider a trade. Yep, you're right. You're right. That's why I say, closer to the end of the day. Oh, did I trade today? Yeah, yeah. If you ever look, I don't know if you could see it, but the far left, the top, you can see my P&L for the day. It's right there. Also, if you ever want to look at it, these things get posted on YouTube. You can always go in there and a lot of times I do that, right? I'll review my own trades, but I don't review it the normal speed, right? I'll double it. You can, yeah, right click, and then you can just increase the speed. So I double the speed and then watch it like that. And that kind of helps, especially with my trades, right? So when it comes to my trade, I kind of slow it down and take a look and try to figure out the reason why I got in the trade, how I managed the trade. That's why I say if you don't do it, um, you should figure out how you can record your trades so that you can review them later, so you can see yourself trading. And so if you talk yourself through the trade just like I'm doing, and you say, okay, yeah, I'm gonna, if it pulls back here, I'm gonna get in here because of this and that, and you actually do it, and then you manage the trade. You have that recorded. That's an awesome thing, right? That's a teaching tool for you. Yeah, I hear you. Yep. I mean, backtesting is so important, right? Whatever strategy you come up with, whatever setup you come up with, is to go back and backtest, all right, and see how that plays out. 2 more points, yeah. I mean, the market moved good for today. You know, go back in there and look at the day. Yeah, there's the day. So obviously, we know that that was Friday, right? That was Friday. That was the lows. So we got this gap and we gapped up. So we're looking pretty, right? We're at the top half of this one bar. And anytime I think if you trade more than 50% or retrace more than 50% of a 1 day bar like this, chances are that you're going up to complete that. It's pretty good. That's what I look at. Now, what is this setup for tomorrow? Well, we know this gap's got to fill, right? Uh, at some point. But for the Qs, you're not at all-time highs because that's up here, right? That's up here. Although we're coming up to this red bar that I have up there was this high, all right? It was part of this whole thing here was this high, and it was this high. So uh, that's a major level that the market had. For me, the market has to get through if it can get through. If it wants to make it back up to the 504, all right? So although looking good today, but we know that that gap has to be filled. So what does this mean for tomorrow? Don't have no clue. We could open up higher again and just be right on this level and let people decide what they want before the market moves, or it could something could happen and it could be it could open up lower and fill this gap, but then that will create another gap if it gaps down lower. Gap, gap, gap. Too many gaps. So having said all that, I have no idea where the market's going to go tomorrow. Right? Nobody does. Well, maybe somebody does, but whoever that is, they're not going to tell me. Yeah. Yep. I hear you there. Past 2 weeks. Yeah, past 2 weeks. Low for the week. Yep. Because then it just moved all the way up, and then Friday they give it all. Not give it all, but Friday you got a pullback. Right. Last two Fridays, that's what we did. Last two Fridays, we thought it was going higher, and buyers kept trying to buy as the market was trending down, and it just never gave you that opportunity. So does it do it again this week? Could be. Right. Tomorrow could be a gap up, get to the top. But I just wouldn't put a dime on that. I couldn't bet a dime because it'd just be like flipping a coin. Man, it just seems like a minute ago I was saying, okay, we're going to get to the top of the hour, 2 o'clock. Now we're making our way to the top of the hour, 3 o'clock, right, and getting into power hour. So does the market pull back in this power hour, or does it keep trending sideways, or do we move up? That's what we're going to find out. Maybe we go one way and then reverse and go the other way. I still think that the market wants to close at 5:30. I'll put a mark there just to remind me. When's the mentorship? Yep. Sorry, G. Yep. I don't do none of that. I don't sell nothing on my stream. I don't sell a mentorship, a coaching, um, merchandise, buy me coffee, Discord. I don't I don't have nothing on there. Nothing on there. Now on my regular stream there, I talk all about my setups that I look for, whether it's a double top, double bottom, and then where I buy the reversal, right? Where I try to buy reversals. Just like if you look here right now, right? This is going to be a equal low, all right, double low. It stopped here last time, so that must be an important spot. Well, we're stopping there again. So the question is, would I chance it? Uh, not at this time. All right, not at this time. I'd be more confident if the market moved down to this pivot point again. Come down to the pivot point, kind of break through. They buy it up. You get follow through. That would get me interested in trying to get a call just like that. Keep coming down lower. All right, does it find support right there? I'll see this starts to move. Now I always wait, all right, because it's a 1 minute. I always wait the first 30 seconds to kind of see what the market's going to do or that candle's going to do. This is the back side of that 1 minute candle. I retraced that whole thing. Yeah, it's just slowly moving, ain't it? uh, yeah, no problem, G. Yeah, no problem, peoples. I guess it's a good place to say. Um, Obviously, I'm not a financial advisor. Don't have certifications in stock trading and finance or anything like that. My master's is in human resource management. So just keep in mind that everything I do or say is for entertainment purposes only. It's not a recommendation to buy or sell a stock. Having said that, if you do like what you see and you haven't already, give me a thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up, that like button. I'd appreciate it. That's all I ask. And if you haven't subscribed, feel free to subscribe. Won't cost you anything. Totally free. Totally free. Appreciate it. All right, we're back. There's a double bottom. Just act as support. Could be, could be. And if I think it wants to close or pin the 530, might be a good place to try a call, see if it can come back. Although that VWAP is right there. That VWAP is saying, hello, I'm here. I'm a magnet. I'm going to pull that price down. You could just look at that candle getting stretched in that direction. Yep. Here's a lower low as far as candles go. That is a nice candle. Oh, that's nice there. I just want to say with this next candle, a little pullback. Yeah, Tesla Tesla struggling in it. Tesla is struggling. Although that's a pretty setup there. That's the setups that I like. Not at the end of the day per se, but that's the setup I like. Although you see where it paused right here, that's the perfect time to get in. I like to see a retracement at least 50% of this bar, little retracement, and then head higher. But you don't always get what you want. Sounds like a song. Yeah, I think a whole bunch of billionaires went in together to short Tesla stock, drive it lower. Oh, look at that. Man, that's a nice move. That's going to move all the way up to the top. I all the way up to 100%, right up to here, maybe even to my 530. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I should have pulled the trigger. My finger was there, but I chickened out. Chickened out and didn't do it. Yep. They're trying to punish Elon, although they've been trying to punish him for a while now. Let's see if it does get up to the 100%. I think it's going to come back at least to here. All right, George, on the video, vertical calls. Let me pull up NVIDIA. There's NVIDIA. Congratulations. It's on the video up there. And look at it. It's been trending sideways as well, but still up inside. Oh man, they're below. It's below its 50 and 100. Yeah, some days regular stocks will move a lot better than the indexes. You right back down. All right, top of the hour. Oh, almost a week. I hear you. Nothing wrong with swinging. Sometimes it takes a while for some stocks to move in your direction. Especially in the last several weeks. There are a lot of stocks that you can buy on Monday and sell on Thursday and make money. I say sell on Thursday because Friday's going to be a pullback. There we go. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna just stay in this funnel here. I want to see what's after the selling gets done, if the market moves really hard in the northern direction. That's usually about the 3:30, 3:45 time frame. So I'm watching, see what it's going to do right around there. That's a equal high. Looks like it's going to break it. It doesn't pull back here. You know, you look at it, you're like, what a formation, huh? That's a nice cup. There's the handle. But it has to break this in order for it to be a cup and handle, no matter how nice it looks. All right, come on. So it's right in that buying spot. Yeah, Nvidia, Nvidia's making a little move there. All right, they're settling out a little bit, a little bit. Now they're buying it a little bit. Take a look at the put call ratio. Yeah, more people buying puts now. Puts are being bought. Some people think that the market's going to gap down tomorrow. I guess not sure. A lot of reasons to buy puts right now. So for me, in order for this cup and handle to actually work, has to break this. Has to break it. Let's see what's not. Tesla's the only thing that's down with the Magnificent Seven. Yeah, we always feel that way. Man, I should have held it. Nvidia is one of those where you like Apple, you buy the stock and you just hold on to it. It just becomes a part of your long-term portfolio. And every time it drops big time, you just buy some more and just hold it. All right, look at that. So it's breaking. I see some little momentum coming in. Wants to push this up a little bit more. Here we go. Push it up. Get up to the 530. Get up to the 530. Yeah, the thing is, George, it's nice, when you hold a a position that long, you get up $100, you feel you feel comfortable. You're like, okay, I'm up 100. We're good. We're good. It can keep coming back a little and then go up more, come back a little. But at some point, you're like, yep, that's enough money for me to go go on another golfing spend, right? I could buy them clubs. I can buy those balls uh, that I like. Like, yeah, let me take my profits here. Like they say, bulls make money, bears make money, but pigs get slaughtered. Don't want to be a pig. All right, let's see if it's going to get up there. It tried to break, right? They pulled it back. So let's see if by the end of the day we can be right there. Yeah. I'm probably the only one that thinks like that, right? I look, I go, oh man, that's enough money to do this, to buy that. Let me just take my money because there'll always be another trade, right? There will always be another setup, another trade, another stock. There's just so much opportunity. I mean, that's why some traders they'll scan the markets for certain things. They'll spend so much time scanning, 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 trying to find the right setup, the right stock that is doing certain things that they want, whether it's volume, right? I want a stock that has moved up on 5 times the volume. The price has gone up in the last 1 day, 2 days. Find that stock that they can buy and get into. They'll spend, and I say they. At one time that was me, right? Thinkorswim has scanners, so I could scan, and I used to scan a whole bunch of things and spend the weekend going over stocks and stocks. That's why I'm at a point where yeah, I don't need to scan thousands of stocks anymore. I just trade two of them, Qs and SPY. If I could figure out how to make money off Qs and SPY and be sufficient, then that'll be good. Because there's always a method there, right? There's always a method to the madness. There's always a way. You just got to figure out what that way is for you to make that money. All right, so we're on support again, right? Got support here, back here, back here. So this could easily uh, be the launching pad. Let's see, it's 321. Still a little early, just a little early. All right, what are you going to do, market? See, that didn't work. That didn't work. A lot of times you see certain patterns start to play out, and then they go kapik. See it coming almost at the bottom of the hour here. About another 5 minutes. All right, about another 4 minutes. Trying to see what kind of what it looks like. If you think about it, since what, 12 o'clock? Yeah, I'd say 12 o'clock. That's what we've been doing. All right, market 1530. Looks like it's going to want to go down. Yeah. 4K total profits in SPY. Holy shit. Is that playing options? And if you're playing options, how many contracts are you buying at a time? Just curious. Asking for a friend. Between 5 and 10 at the money. I hear you. Hey, awesome, awesome, man. Congratulations. 4K. Take the rest of the day off. Buy buy you a steak dinner. Here you go. Yep, yep. Brazilian steak for sure. Yep. I know what you mean. I think we've gone there a couple of times. I went there once in Chicago. My son lived up in Chicago at one time, and we went up there to visit him. And he took us to a Brazilian one of them places. Oh my god! And they had one with seafood, all seafood. My wife loved it. I'm more of a meat eater, but she liked the fish. All right, Mark, what are you going to do here? Are you going to break? You usually get a little better movement. Yeah, it's the best. Yeah, we're over here making pennies, man. He's making uh thousands of dollars. It's like, man, we need you to teach us. Yeah, but you're buying 5 to 10 at the money calls. Yeah, if you bought at the start of today and rode it all the way up, yeah. He said he had between 5 to 10 at the money. have the, or mostly, yeah, that's a good place to buy, where they have their stops. That market take off from there. Yeah, yeah. So the market's pulling back now. I'm looking for it to get to 345 and then take off up to 530 on the Qs. I don't think I ever had a $4,000 day. All right, it's right on support. I'm just watching the timing too. It's like you can go ahead and come down to VWAP. All right. Yeah, just very little movement so far. I'm looking for it to punch through, break, come up to the 530. All right, 340, 340, 340. Do I hear 345? So wait, one, two. Now we're moving up. This is breakthrough. 341. Nope. Didn't want to break that trend line. Maybe this next candle. Yeah, 344. About that right time. All right. 15 minutes to the close. I was looking for that breakout. No, didn't get really, much movement there. Nothing. Oh, to the downside, but nothing. 50 fell back down. All right, man. Be safe, George. Have a good evening. Yeah, I hear you. Well, st- sometimes stops are terrible. Sometimes they save your life. But yeah, usually though, as soon as it stops you out, it turns around and goes the other way. We all felt that frustration. 10 minutes left. Let's see what it does now. Yeah, I'm watching to see if this thing's gonna rush back up to that 530. Doesn't look like it wants to. Looks more like it wants to finish the day at the 529 instead. Right at VWAP. Like, okay, market, are you gonna you have VWAP now? There you go. Bid it back up. Take the next 5 minutes and rush up to 530. There you go. There you go. Well, that's a strong candle. Don't let it die out. Come on, follow through, follow through, follow through. Let's go. Follow through. Man, it waited till like almost the end. 5 minutes left. Make a move. Everybody's trying to rush to close their position. There we go. Come on, is that all you got? No, I say a little more. Come on, a little more. A little more. Let me see. Still a lot more puts. All right, here we go. Come on, we got to get up to 5:30. 3 minutes to do it. Come on. You got 2 minutes left. What are you waiting for? Yeah, I was definitely expecting a little more than what it gave us. Well, that's okay. I guess we're going to close it more like the 5:29 than the 5:30. All right, Marky, you got 25 seconds left. What are you going to do? You ain't going to do nothing. You can't do nothing. All right, people. I appreciate you being here. If you haven't already, hit that like button before you leave. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. And I will see you here tomorrow. Everybody have a great day.